Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday, if such a thing exists. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. Please pay attention to the following announcements from your streaming host. International streaming rules and regulations require me to provide the following information. I am on the Xbox Series S. I have the deluxe version of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. We will be flying the Junkers 52. I know we were supposed to be flying the Fokker F7B, but we'll talk about that here in just a moment. We are going from Sofia, Bulgaria to Athens, Greece. I am not taking requests for flights at this time. My flight schedule is created well in advance and is subject to change based on my own schedule. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are vintage aviation flights. Tuesdays are jetliner and regional jet flights, including regional freight services. Thursdays are military aviation flights. Saturdays are the flights featuring the P-38 Lightning. We call it Lightning Saturday. And Sundays are the scenic flights. Any other information can be found it can be found in the description area below the video. Thank you for your attention. Now, we were flying the Fokker F7B on this trip. What I discovered was that, because I did some research, I checked videos and stuff to see why, if there was something I was doing wrong with regards to the speed. Hello, Joseph, and how we use the engines. It seems that there is the flight model is not correct. Like how they modeled or have simulated the engines and everything. So if the power settings, what they're saying in the manual, are correct, we'll be overspeeding, thus causing the aircraft to fail. So we're going to try this with the engine stresses on to see if we can make it with this and see if we're making a correct guess here that the Fokker F7B is not modeled correctly for its engine, how to, tailor the engine down so that you maintain power and you get it at the comfortable cruising speed and all that. So let's go in here and get started and get on our way, because it looks like it's going to be a bit of a long flight. But I think that's wrong. I think we're going to make pretty good time, but we'll see. All right. So what we're going to do first off is we're going to load up on fuel just to be sure that we're going to make it. That's our main. We're not going to worry about any other kind of weight or anything. So, and we're going to go through the whole run-up procedure all the way through all this stuff. So it's going to take a bit of time. I'm going to let it auto-complete. And then we'll be in the air before we know it. I did check to make sure all this stuff does work. And ran it through the whole thing. So it's going to take a few minutes. So hopefully everybody's having a good day so far. Figure we'll do all this and it'll give people time to come in. We're gonna test the brakes here. Gonna let the oil temperature rise. Hello, Aussie Sim fan. How are you? Welcome to the stream. We're just going through the startup here on the Junkers 52. We're going to be departing from Sofia, Bulgaria, and we're heading to Athens, Greece. This is supposed to be a KLM flight. I was doing this in the Fokker F7B, but I think that the flight model, the simulated flight model for the F7B is broken. So we're going to try this instead. And I'm good, thank you. Good morning, Mick. Nice to see you here. So yeah, we're going to try something a little bit different to see if we're able to get this to go the way I think it will. So, but I think that it's possible that the F7B simulated, the way it's simulated is not correct based on what it says to do in the manual. Does not jive with what will happen in the actual, you know, when we're flying. So yeah, it's something's not right. But I looked to see if anybody else had any kind of other tricks or anything that maybe I was doing something wrong, and it did not appear to be the case. So I tested it last night a couple times just to see if I could get it to work within the parameters that it says it's supposed to operate in, and it doesn't. So we're going to try this instead. But that means we're going to have to do the whole, at least do through the run up first, and then we'll get ready to get out of here. Hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. So these are all things that I would just kind of skip through. Once the engines were started, I would just say, let's go ahead and taxi and get out of here. You know. So. we're gonna fly. If we're gonna fly with the, a little bit more realism, we have to go through the whole process, and it's not something that goes very quickly. Brakes work. Alright, now the run up. Alright, want to check these gauges here. See, it's building up to 1600 RPM there. Yep, prop. Those all work. All right, so we're still going through the run up here. Have a little coffee in the meantime. Go ahead. Oh, let's see, Sofia, that's all right, one more engine, then we're all set. Sorry, I know this is probably going to be the boring part, but I want to make sure we go through all this if we're going to, which we need to do if we're going to do, like, more realistic flying. Okay, engine 3 is being checked now. Oh, sorry. So we just completed everything. We're going to taxi over. Thank you, Mella. So we have everything all set for our departure. Everything should be. It says 9. Huh. Interesting. Let's take the brakes off here. There we go. Sorry about that. I had taken a drink of coffee and forgot to. Check the mic. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. And so, oh, oh, sorry about that. I knew I forgot something. Thank you. Appreciate that. No, I totally forgot that because I was trying to get. Twitch was acting up this morning when I was trying to get the get everything going, so I totally forgot about it. So airlock, what I think I found was that the simulated flight model for the Fokker is not correct. Based on the power settings and everything that they want you to use while flying to take the stress off the engine, it doesn't seem that it's possible to do. I checked to see if there was any YouTube videos out there where somebody found like the secret recipe to it, and I could not find anything. So I think it's a broken model per se, and so we're going to try this to see if my theory is correct. We've got at least the engine stress on. So we're going to try to keep everything within the green and see if we can't make it without the engine exploding on us, or we have an engine failure or something like that. So we'll see how we get on. Oh no, I don't want, but I want to see if my theory is proven correct. That the Fokker's simulated engine parameters are way off. Because I tried a couple of test flights with it yesterday just to kind of keep working through it, and either your manifold pressure is going to be very low, or if you have it within the parameters that it says in the manual, you're going to be overspeeding, or you're going to be putting too much. Take care, Mela. Thanks for stopping by. So that's the tricky part, and it didn't make any sense, so I figured, well, we'll try something different to see if our yeah, and I don't know that there's any intent on checking the model and reworking the numbers for the simulation, because it doesn't seem either. Something just doesn't seem very, doesn't seem right. And I couldn't figure out, that's why I was like, maybe if I check on, nobody so far has figured out the recipe. So I'm guessing it's a recipe for disaster. But we'll see how we get on with this one. At tomorrow's flight, we will be in the Embraer 110 P1 going from Vilnius to Malmo. Should be a nice little flight there. We're doing a regional freight flight. I see the PMG 737-700 gets released hopefully today, I think, for the PC folks. Directly on the PMDG website. The MB 110. It's because you have the passenger models and then you have a freight model that's, I think only has a couple seats and then the rest of it's for freight. So we'll do a kind of a fun little freight service from Wiggins Airlines, I think it is. Wiggins. Oh, okay. No worries. All right, we are finally here at the end of the runway. Prepare for departure. I'm gonna fire up my sim and get traveling myself, so I will be able to chat once I'm airborne. Okay, no worries.
Cleared for takeoff runway 27 jumpers, Quebec uniform, India.
On a heading mode of 235. 236, run up there. Right. Well, I'm glad you got some of your mission things done there, Mick, on GT7 last night. You know what I noticed about some of those games, like Gran Turismo and even Forza Motorsports, when you have to complete a certain, like it's a test, whether it's for licensing or whatever. They always give it appears that the AI is going to run away from you and you're never going to catch up to them. And it's like they add that stress to the moment, And I think they do that because they don't want it to appear to be too easy, right? Why am I not hearing is it not identifying? Okay, maybe. All right, let's go. I think they do that intentionally to add that stress to the situation, and then because then you start getting frustrated. You're like, wait, why is this? And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I did it, But they do. I think they enjoy making you stress out about it. you talking about, Andreas? Are you having a go in the chat? I mean, you're welcome to be here, but if you're going to have a go in the chat, you're going to be shown the door. Away we go. Yeah, I think that's the, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, it just seems kind of weird that they... Going towards this one here in a moment. We're just going to keep flying towards our... Alright, so we are on our way. Let's just have a look at our... I think we're going to need to add a little bit of... Yeah, we're going to have to add a little bit of... Just a little bit of carburetor heat, I think will be sufficient. Oops. All right. Put the All right, away we go. To our first leg, it's 90 nautical miles, and then we're going to turn, heading on 149, almost south, and or southerly, and that's a 253 nautical mile leg. So it's not going to be very fast. It's going to take time for us to get there. Up, 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 up. Now this thing does not want to. This thing continue to climb. Normally it does. Alright, there we go. This stuff in here. Discord. All right. So for whatever reason, all of a sudden everything pops up at once on the Discord. Not sure why that is. I am going to apologize in advance, folks. It looks like the folks are here to trim the grass here around the apartment, so it may get a little loud. I apologize in advance. Let's have a look at our. Everything's still in the green. Hello, Patrice. How are you? All right. Oops. A little. As long as we keep kind of right near the track, we'll be fine. Alright, let's double check our RPMs just a smidge. Alright. Hello Nimloth. Welcome to the stream. We are in the Junkers 52 heading to Athens, Greece. We still got 68 nautical miles to our first nav point, and then we're going to turn for 253 miles, and then we'll make another short turn and land in Athens. Aircraft here, Junkers 52. So this is supposed to be a KLM route. Well, it still is. It's just that we're flying in the Junkers 52 today because the Fokker F7B flight model is not correct. The parameters and everything are not where they should be. So we are going to try to get there with Athens at least. With the Junkers 52. See if our flight model is correct or as close to correct as possible here. Taking a free ride now. There you go. then for the new viewers, then we'll have to, if you're still here, I am not taking requests for flights at this time. I have a schedule that is created well in advance and is subject to change on my own schedule. This Friday will be the last viewer requested flight until the 17th of June. And on the week prior to that, on the 10th of June, we will ask for see if anybody has a flight that they would like done within a reasonable amount of time, 3 hours preferably. And then on the 18th of June, we're going to try another multiplayer flight. See how that goes. We got one person that came in on Saturday. It was kind of a spur. Is this another request? No. No. I'm just letting the new viewers know. That's all. Yeah, it will be so the one on this coming Friday will be one that we talked about back in April, I think. We had some people that came in and were, like I was trying to explain, and I'm like, fine, I'm going to do it, but this is the last one for the time being. Yeah, it's just boy, this thing is having a heck of a time trimming out. Joseph is just chilling. Well, it's good to hear, Joseph. I wonder if that's what's causing the problem. Because normally this thing wants to continue to climb. Interesting. Waiting for the corner to turn up while watching Rob on the big screen. Oh, I'm glad I'm on the big screen. There's supposed to be like a cruise pitch. Hello, Jody. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I did catch a little bit of your Brighton and LGV run this morning. I was still waking up. I just threw you a thumbs up. I was still kind of getting myself going. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I'm curious to see what you guys are going to do today, Mick. Oh, I didn't catch the disaster on LGV. Well, it's one of those routes that if you don't run it very often, it's easy to forget things. I know I forget stuff all the time on there. This is very... I wonder if it's because we're so fuel heavy that it's acting up a bit. I wonder if that's what it is. It's probably going to change once we've sucked more gas. 50 nautical miles to our first week. It's probably going to be a bit of a long one today, folks. So, lots of flying ahead. Mr. On Time. Be worse, you could be waiting on Mr. Addy's. Complicated train to do. I was doing an intro and said it was ready to go, but it didn't. Oh, sometimes the power setting is not correct. Or yeah, I've noticed that before too, where I've done a service and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go, but it's on the wrong power setting. Like one of them is supposed to be AC and the other side is supposed to be DC, and I always forget which side is which, but it's always like it puts it in the wrong power setting. So yeah, it's so that might be what it is. If I had to guess. I could be wrong, but that's the first thing I think of when you can't get it going, is that the power settings are nuts. Yeah, no problems. No worries. I'm thinking that might be the solution. Yeah, it's just one of those... You just never know. Trying to gain a little bit more altitude here. Weird because normally I think it's just because we were just loaded with fuel that the plane is acting a little bit differently than I normally expect it to. We're making our way. It's too much of a nose up there. This thing really just wants to nose right over. I'm guessing we're just ready with fuel. Good. Maybe we can dial the RPMs back just a little bit more. I know we're already, I can hear it already. I hear the wind rushing like we're nosing over. Or maybe not. Wow, we are getting blown off course, that's for sure. A lot of wind through these. Not get Why cannot get this thing to... Nice. I'm having a doozy of a time getting mine trimmed out, like it's not wanting to stabilize, and I'm guessing it's because I'm loaded with fuel, but I cannot keep the nose up enough just to get a nice, like, reasonable climb a little higher. It's like I gotta fly manually. Like I'm at 100% trim, and it's still like nosing over. So I'm guessing, I wonder if I add a little bit of flap, maybe that'll help. There we go. That might settle it down. Nope, maybe not. Maybe that'll help for the time being. Alright, if that's going to be the case, hopefully this settles down here for just a moment. Enough for me to, well, maybe not. It still wants to nose over a little bit. Like it can't make up its mind. I thought at least with the flaps it would have. Kind of help the plane keep the nose up a little bit. Alright, I think it's kind of like just kind of going, you know, making its own little, it's like it drops down and then drops back up. So I'm going to step away for just a moment, folks. I'll be right back. Mr. Adams, it seems like you took forever before you noticed Jody was in the chat. What's up with you? At least he noticed you still early in the stream, Jody. Sometimes he'd wait till like another hour or so before he noticed that you were here. Or I think that might have helped, just putting a little bit of flap down to keep it a little more stable. See, it's weird. It noses down a little bit, and then it starts to go back up. It's like it's doing this little weird. Heading the right direction. That's the important part. We're losing speed. Maybe because of the flaps. This thing to kind of just settle down. It's very strange. But again, I'm thinking it's the fuel. That how much fuel we've got on board is what's causing it to be an issue. Yeah, he's a lovable Mr. Addies. I'm sure he's multitasking is what's happening. He's watching my stream. He's watching somebody else's stream. He's looking for the cat. He's looking for the dog. He's looking for another coupon for McDonald's or KFC. Sounds like we're getting closer to our first waypoint there. 30 nautical miles to go. All right. So this is our aircraft there, Jody. The Junkers 52. I'm going to try to get a quick picture here before it decides to do its own thing. Oops, get that out the way. Get our best picture right now. Oh boy, we are turning way off. Way off. There's some kind of a crosswind that is just really giving us a bit of a headache today. Just enough to make it interesting, I guess. Well, it's not that bad to fly. It's you know, it's an older plane from the 1930s. Just gotta, you know, be a little bit gentle with it, and it'll fly just fine. Because normally we're flying one that's got like a higher wing called the Fokker F7. It's a Dutch design plane. So we're heading to the former Dutch East Indies, what is now known as Indonesia. And but the plane that we were normally using, I think that the the way that it's simulated for flying isn't correct. So we are testing this plane on this route today to see how we manage with this, and we'll see how we do. All right, our next 11540. Let's have a look at our gauges here. Looks like everything is still within the green. Except for the temperature. Well, no, the temp is still good, it looks like. It's not too hot. Oil temperature should be still within the limits. A little bit more. Oops. Carburetor heat. Yeah, a little bit of gust, wind, small wind gusts up here. Yeah, Jody, what I try to do on our flights, no matter, well, sometimes I forget, but I try to get a little picture of the plane while we're flying, be nice and scenic. But it depends, because sometimes the plane, you know, if it's not settling down, then it's kind of hard to do all that kind of stuff. Set to run, so that should be fine. But what we're doing is we're flying with the fuel use on. We've got 87% fuel left in our tanks, so we should have more than enough to get us to our destination today. But we also have the engine stress on to see if we can keep our gauges in the green and make it all the way to our destination without the plane basically falling apart. Well, not falling apart, but the engine basically so stressed that it gives up. So that's the if that changes anything. But it seems like it's kind of starting to settle down now. It's just that the wind is... So our next leg is 230 or 253 nautical miles. So we've got a lot of flying still left to do. Yeah, that's a LGV Mediterranean. That's the high-speed route. Takes about 30 minutes from one end to the other, including the stop in Aix-en-Provence. It's a very fast route. Doesn't take long to do at all. It's just that it's got a power switch. There's a power changeover portion of the, but it's good that they have like that tells you, if you're in DC, you go to AC or vice versa, and you just pop the switch and you put the pantograph back up, and then you can continue on. I think we did that route like a couple weeks ago, a couple Saturdays ago, or something like that. Excuse me. I didn't know you had that route, Nick. But you didn't have that route. Well, it's less complicated really than Southeast, or was it the Southeast high speed line there? Because you have to bring the pantograph down and then put the shoes down for the rest of the, because at a certain point there's no more wire to. That one always gets me. But. Oh, okay. See that's what I told you. That was the one to do. It'll get you those miles up really quick. He doesn't know yet, Joseph. He's still waiting to do the boardroom meeting. You won't know until we all know. It'll be a surprise, Joseph. Be pleasantly surprised, whatever it is. Oh, nice joke. Yeah, Southeastern, I always struggle with the power changeover on that one. But LGV, because it tells you from whichever direction you're going, you start off on either AC or DC, and it tells you when to swap it over to the other things. So that really helps, having that kind of a tutorial, like a reminder. All right, we got 14 nautical miles. Oh, well, good, Mick. Yeah, because that's like the easiest way to do it. You just go back and forth, and those miles rack up very quickly. But I racked up a lot of it just watching when I would drive, like especially Richard, or when Richard or Joe were doing a stream, I would pick the same route and I would just go with it just to add the miles. That helped out a lot. But if it was something that I didn't want to do, I would just hop on LGV and just there's a changeover. Yeah, it should kind of give you a, when you're close, you drop the pantograph down, and then it will say power changeover. You change it to whichever way it's supposed to go, and then you raise the pantograph back up, and then you're able to accelerate again. But sometimes it's even getting the power setting correct out of wherever station you're starting from, because sometimes it doesn't set it up correctly for you in advance, like it should, like you would expect it to. But sometimes you have to double check it, because the AI is a bit numpty sometimes in that regard. I always blame the AI. I never take the blame. It's the AI's fault. Yeah, I found it's either you do a lot of LGV Mediterranean, or you just do a lot of runs on Sandpatch Grade, which is even longer. For the amount of time you spend on Sandpatch Grade, you can do a bunch of services on LGV Mediterranean. So Airlock, are you excited about the PMG 737-700 that's supposed to be coming out today? I guess they said there could be a delay, but if there is, they'll let everybody know as quickly as they know that there's a issue with the release. But curious to see if that's something you're going to get or not when it's released sometime today. I know it's something that a lot of people have been waiting on. It's one of those, I guess, anticipated jetliners to certainly if you've tried to fly the Braddock 3D 737. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to coast it and then drop the power and all that and then change it over and then you can accelerate again. I did see some of the videos. I mean, it looks amazing. It really does. And, you know, I know likely everybody said the Xbox community won't get it until probably August or September. It's a tube, no props, no inch. Oh, okay. Wasn't it's a bit expensive. It's about $60. But a lot of people say the PMDG products are worth the price because they're very in depth. It's not just a few buttons here or there. It's like, you know, a more in-depth experience, I guess. But yeah, I just know a lot of people have been waiting for it to come out for some time. But I wasn't sure. I didn't know if you were just a complete prop person or if that was something you were waiting on. So if either way, it's no worries. But yeah, a lot of people say that the PMG, the fact that they are charging that much, they're like, it's worth it. So it looks like Captain Arish is going to try to, if he can get it tonight, then he's going to fly that. I know he's been getting to grips with the 146, which he still has. He's had a couple issues with, but overall, it looks like he's gotten a lot better with it. And that's yeah. They are pretty expensive. Yeah, I saw there was like a breakdown, and I thought it was like 60, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's not cheap, but a lot of people feel like their products are worth it. That they put a lot of effort into making the aircraft as good as possible and all that. Yeah, because a lot of people that, you know, when the Braddock one was like, they looked into it and they're just like, yeah, no, it's just too, it doesn't seem like it doesn't work correctly in the eyes of a lot of simmers. So, but when PMDG announced that they were working on one, then everybody's like, I'll wait for that one. But it's weird because it's like, there's a weird like ebb and flow in the community. Sometimes it's like everybody's like, I want more general aviation stuff. Give me all the general aviation stuff I can handle. And then they're kind of burned out and they're like, okay, well, now what am I going to do? And then they're like, oh, this is coming out. So yeah, it's kind of like this weird up and down sort of. But I like they're coming out with different, you know, different versions, the different models of it. It's not just one model and that's it. But so it gives you some different options, I guess. That's mislabeled. It should be. Oh, that's right. I mean, is it really necessary to have every one of those early models before the Maxes came out? I mean, I don't know what other than the amount of passengers you can carry, maybe the engines are better as over a period of time, but other than that, I can't see what would be the reasoning behind all that. So, okay, let's tune in our next one, 11540. We want that on a heading of 149. Dialed in because we're turning towards the mountain there. We should be turning to this way. I just think that, based on what you said in the chat earlier, Jody, I'm thinking it's an issue with the power setting wasn't correct before you departed the station. That's what I'm thinking. Because I've run into that issue before, but. 'Seemed like the plane was settling down there for a bit. Now it's got its own agenda again. $156 nautical miles. Okay. My notes must be all kinds of wrong. Okay. No problems. It's easy to forget it sometimes. Especially, like I forget it whenever, because I don't play Train Sim World 2 as much as I used to, so I forget a lot of the things. I'm like, why can't I get this thing moving? And it's like, okay, what switch am I not throwing, or what am I forgetting here? So. There won't be any Train Sim World 2 stream on this coming Sunday. We will be flying over Norway this coming Sunday. We'll take off and we'll head southwest of the airport, and there's a bunch of POIs there. We're going to go check all that out. Have a nice, relaxing flight there in Norway. Should be a nice, relaxing Sunday. Really enjoyed the flight over Iceland the other day. That was fun. And that bush flight, that was a lot of fun in the Kit Fox. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. Taking off of that stone cabin and going down through the valley. That was good stuff. So far, it seems like everything is fairly good. I don't get the sense that there's anything that we've done to cause any stress to the engines. The carburetors are still fairly warm. They're all in the green still, so that's good. Maybe we can add a little bit more just to be on the safe side. But yeah, it seems like everything's going good. Everything's in the greens. The only thing that I'm trying to figure out is this oil temperature. Like, how do I lower that? I mean, I don't know if I can bring the props back. That would help with the temp, maybe? I'm not sure. It looks like everything's going good so far. Yeah, I don't know. I don't expect anything really significant this coming Thursday for the update, the developer update. Based on the sim update 9, and they're having to patch a lot of that and release it, and there's no telling how long it's going to take for them to do that. Because I know pretty soon, sometime this month, we're supposed to get World Update 10 ahead of, you know, and sim update 10 will be a few months later. But yeah, I'm not expecting anything significant this Thursday. I can't imagine, unless they throw out a patch before Thursday, that there won't be anything. It'll be airports and scenery stuff again, I'm guessing. Or maybe some liveries. That's about it. So yeah, the way that I had this set up, so I must have written my notes down wrong, but yeah, so we got only, this leg is a lot less. It's 163 nautical miles to our next waypoint, or nav point. So it's all good. Kind of a nice picturesque flight here. Yeah, so far it's been pretty darn good. I think it's working better than I thought it would. Knock on wood. I saw somebody talking about it. I think Two-Tone Murphy did a video about it in one of his news videos on Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know when, but I do know it's something that's being worked on and should be out at some point. I would like to get that for sure. That is definitely on the buy list when it does get released on the Xbox. Because I remember, because they were still flying when I was in Afghanistan. They hadn't retired all the Tornadoes yet. And I tell you, they were the loudest jets there at Kandahar. Because they would sit at the end of the runway for takeoff. And they would just sit on the brakes and just hit the afterburner. And it was so loud that no matter where you were on the airbase there, you knew that a tornado was getting ready to take off. And sometimes it would like, you could just, the little, our living quarters, which were like basically containers that were, you know, made for like a housing sort of thing. sometimes it would just shake just like a little bit of a shake on those because we weren't very far from the airfield, from the runways and all that. But oh man, yeah, they were certainly among the loudest. I might be losing over. We're losing a lot of altitude. Good thing I'm flipping. It's sea level. Back a little too much. Now it's kind of getting itself back up. There we go. Yeah, I might have just done that a little too much. But yeah, I definitely would like to get that when it comes out. That is, I remember I built a model of it a long time ago, and it was the one that had it was the IDS model. And basically it had this pod underneath the aircraft. And if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody can, but there was a thing called the Durango Anti-Runway system, and that's what this pod was. And so basically what the Tornado could do is fly over a enemy runway, and it would drop these little bomblets, and it would just totally mess up the runway of the opposing Air Force or whatever. And it was this just really fascinating system that they had. I think it was developed maybe in France. I'm not sure. But yeah, it was like this really interesting sort of technology that was developed. I think it was part of like the strike interdiction or something like that. Sort of set up for the Tornado. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that seemed really badass. You just fly over and drop these little bomblets, and then it would explode and just tear up the runway to make it unusable. Let's bring these back up just a bit more. Really wanting to. Wow, I cannot get this thing to. Now it just wants to drop all kinds of altitude. Like it's not even leveling off. I can't get it to trim out now. I don't know if it's like because of where I'm flying or. But like all that stuff, it wouldn't be in Microsoft Flight Simulator. They're not doing weapon systems or anything like that. But I just remember that was one of the model kits that I built when I was a kid. All right, take care, Patrice. Nice for you to stop by. Have a good day. Be safe. As I know, DC Designs is working on an F4 Phantom. Somebody else is working on a better version of the A10 Warthog. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff being worked on and being developed. But there's no tell, like how soon we see it, because it's not something that they can just, take some like a week or two to put together. It takes a lot of time to put the model together, render it and all that, and build it bit by bit. I cannot get this thing to... Oh, well, thank you, Turtle V1. Appreciate that. Just hit 100 followers. Thank you. Appreciate that. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but thank you for noticing. And thank you for being my 100th follower over on Twitch. The Posh channel, as we like to call it. I didn't expect that. So, thank you. We have 174 nautical miles to go to our next waypoint. I don't even know what happens now that I've hit 100 followers. Does Twitch throw me a little party or something? Do I get a little letter in the mail saying I've reached 100 followers? I don't know how it works. I don't know what to expect. I guess I won't expect anything. That way I'm not disappointed. No, it's been a long journey on this streaming. I started last year, sometime last year, just doing Train Sim World 2 streams, and then when Flight Sim came out, this became the main sort of focus on the channel. I'm going to continue to try to make that the case for as long as we can. Oh, wait a minute, it's measuring the one behind us. That's what it is. It's not giving us the... Okay. Change this to ADF. So it's attacking that we're heading towards. Well, we're just going to keep making our way. I know a lot of streamers, they have goals of getting to so many subscribers, and that's not my thing. I just want to try to make good content, and hopefully it's something that everybody enjoys. It's certainly been a struggle for me, trying to build an audience and also be a much better streamer. Certainly not an easy thing to do always, but try to always improve as best as possible. That's all you can do. Oh, nice, Jody. That's like, it's I think streaming is kind of a niche market, because there's a lot of people out there who stream Microsoft Flight Simulator, Most of them are on the PC side because there's a lot more that's available on the PC side. And sometimes people seem to think that what's available on the PC is also available on the Xbox. They should be, yeah. Well, because I'm on the Xbox, the 737 won't be available for us until probably August, maybe even September. If it was available and I had the means to get it today, I would. But because I'm on the Xbox, we're waiting for a lot of stuff. We're waiting. Basically, a lot of it is the WASM situation that needs to be resolved, so that we can get some more complex aircraft. We're still waiting on the DC-6, for instance, to be fixed, and so that it could be released back on the Xbox side. I was really wanting to fly that because it looked like an amazing plane to fly. Everything I saw was like, and I can't wait to get this, So, yeah, it's, but unfortunately for a lot of that stuff, everybody gets excited, and it's like, I have to temper my excitement because I'm like, no, it's not coming to the Xbox anytime soon. They do want it on the Xbox, but they're anticipating the WASM issue to be fixed in Sim Update 10, so it would be maybe a month or so after that. So they're saying probably August, maybe even September, because they're going to have to test everything and double test, triple test, quadruple test. Yeah, but I'm interested to see folks fly it, just to see how it is. Because that'll give me an indication, at least to get a feel for it, what it looks like and everything. But yeah, it's just, it's a waiting game for the Xbox community, unfortunately. So, yeah, we are heading away from the, if I can switch this to ADF. Just now. Will that change that? Maybe it is 250 miles then. Maybe I read that wrong. Well, we'll just keep making our way. Now, excuse me. Here's a quick observation for you, Jody. What I think works well for your channel is you have a very soft voice, very soothing. You don't doesn't sound like you ever really raise your voice or anything. So I think that's a good thing for your channel. Like, you don't get like, it doesn't seem like you get angry or anything, which is good. Like, you have a very pleasant voice. But that's my observation. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll skirt around that mountain. I do get angry. Well, like I've unless it's happening on a stream that I haven't seen, I've never heard you get angry or whatever. But generally, you do have a calming voice, I think. This is a really nice scenery here. No, I know you do, Mick, but honestly, my friend, sometimes it worries me because you get so, like, I feel like one of these days you're going to have a coronary on the stream. Like, your head's going to explode or something. So, yeah, you're... Oh, my goodness. That FIFA, just every time you guys play, FIFA does you and Pulse in just about every single time. It's like they need to have an ambulance on standby for you too. I don't know if you sound... Yeah, I guess you do sound a little shy, Jody. I don't know. I think most everybody does because they don't... Nobody likes the sound of their own voice, necessarily. Everybody always thinks their voice is never that good. You know, for anything like streaming or whatever. I worry about you sometimes, honestly. I want another newbie to... Yeah, it really concerns me. Or, well, even F1 sometimes. When the AI just targets you and you just can't seem to get a race completed. What else? GT7 sometimes does it to you. Those are the three, like, ATS, like, well, you've had some bad luck on ATS and ETS too. But generally, I think like ATS and ETS, it's not too bad. It's just when the AI, again, it targets you, randomly, like all of a sudden, a car will cut across and slam into you, or somebody will jam on their brakes and you're like, ugh, and you run into them, and then next thing you know, you're doing a 360 and flipping upside down in the air and all kinds of crazy stuff. There's that. Yeah, generally, there's like a couple games that you guys do really well with, I think. That it's kind of fun. Like the farming one I really enjoy because you're kind of relaxed. Other than when your power went out the other day. But generally you're like, it's just a nice chilled sort of thing. I can't imagine you getting upset on that one, other than if you like you're doing seasons and then, you know, something happens with your crop and you lose money, but sometimes that's just how it is, I guess. You know, until you learn how to. Oh, we're close. If we're talking to Athens Center already, that's a good sign. Go within their airspace, I guess. Oh, I gotta get a picture of this. Oh, that is a really nice picture right there. Let me see what I'm doing with pictures. Alright, still making our way. Just one. I thought they were going to mow the lawn, but I guess they're not. I saw the truck roll through here with. I had the lawnmowers in the back. Oh, that was 250. So we are, must be the river. Going to drink my coffee and play. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Turtle V1. Thanks for the subscription or the follow, and enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your coffee. Take a look at her nearest. Where's the nearest airport? Figure out where. Is that it? See if I can figure out where we're near. see that one. GAX. Okay. I know we're roughly near now. Okay. Boom! God bless it. Alright, I know where we're at kind of. Alright. So I think we're basically about halfway to our waypoint there. And then we're going to turn on a heading of 180, and then it should be a quick run to Athens Airport. Then we'll be wrapping the stream up once we get there. I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. I think it's been really good. You know, we've had no significant issues. Everything seems to be working well. All the stuff, I think, is within the normal limits, although it seems like our oil pressure is low, like the PSI. I'm not sure why would be the reasoning behind that. Yeah, our pressure seems to be, oil pressure seems to be a bit low. I mean, it's still within the tolerable range, but it's like that's good. See if we can figure out why our pressure is a little bit low. Yeah, we did take a bit of a long way around. That's okay. We got more than enough fuel to get there, I believe. There's anything I could do to change the oil pressure. Is that the fuel pressure? Oh, that's the fuel pressure. Okay. I need to add a little bit of mixture. Can I show the plane on the outside? Yep, there's the Emperor's 52. I'm just trying to check my gauges here, sorry. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, it's a 1930s aircraft. Built in Germany. It was the first local Legends aircraft that was released with the World Update. It was World Update 8, I believe. Yeah. Alright, Jody, that's fine. We still got plenty of flying left to do. Let's see where our list is now. Get a better idea where we're at. LG. Okay, so that's closest. So that's where we are, roughly. Yeah, we are at about the halfway point on our way down towards Athens here. This is not a new aircraft to the stream. I've flown it a bunch of times already. We would be normally flying the Fokker F-7B today on this KLM service to the former Dutch East Indies, now Indonesia. But I believe that the flight model, the simulated model for the flight of flying the F-7B is not correct. Based on the settings that they recommend in the manual, it doesn't seem like it's possible to do. So we're just going to We're plugging along with this for today just to see. We've got the engine stress on and we're using fuel. So we're going to see if we can get all the way to Athens without any incident. So far it's been pretty good, but that's how it was before with the Fokker F7B. There was no indication that anything was getting ready to go wrong, and then as we got close to our destination, it says we overstressed the engine and the end. So yeah, we didn't get to land it. But so far I think we're doing pretty well with this, knock on wood. We still got a little bit more flying to go, and we'll be in Athens before we know it. These are supposed to be. I have to look up on the thing to see if the oh, we got plenty of time. Well, I can't get them splat. That's the thing. Because I'm on the Xbox Series S. We do not have the MD80 or the BAE 146 yet. They may come to the the Xbox side at some point, but we don't know if or when that will happen. I think they want it to be, but there's a lot of things that have to be done for WASM, as my understanding. They have to change some things with the WASM settings or something on the Xbox before they can release those sorts of planes on the Xbox. We got still plenty of time left. We're about halfway to our waypoint, and then it's just going to be a quick, like right after that, the airport should be right within sight. So we still got about another hour or so, I think. So yeah, it'd be great if they were already available on the Xbox, but it's not practical to. Right now, it's just not something they're able to do because they need to change so many things. So, but I would like to have those. Trust me, I'd like to be able to fly them and enjoy them. But right now, that is not possible. And thankfully, I guess in a way, the release of the DC-6 brought a lot of these issues to the forefront. Nobody knew what was really going on until they tried to release that on the Xbox side, in conjunction, I think, with PC, and it was just a disaster. And so they've had to go back, and that's when all of a sudden all these things kind of came to the forefront about what was really happening. So yeah, it's just not a. This is one of those things, but yeah, I would liked it, but it's not in the cards right now. I've heard, some people like the MD-80. Other people are like, they're gonna wait, I think most everybody's waiting on that 737 from PMDG that's supposed to be released today. It won't be released till late summer, early fall on the Xbox side, it sounds like. And, even if they do find a way to sort of fix the WASM sort of thing, they still have to test everything kind of all over again to make sure that it works. If they fix that, what does it break anything else? That's the other concern that they need to have, I think. Yeah, that's where things are. And I know it's difficult because I know a lot of people come in and they're like, well, can you fly this? I wish I could. I don't have it. I may not have it for some time. There's not much I can do about it. Looks like we're just kind of cruising at about 90 knots. Fairly constant. Seems like we're finally thinking the plane finally settled down, but I think it's because we're used up almost half of our fuel. I'll grab me something to drink real quick. I'll be right back. Right, I want to snack on something real quick. All right, much better. I reckon after we get done, I'm going to have me some lunch. It's almost 10 o'clock here. Alright, let's see if I can figure out where we're at now. I think it's the shape of the coastline. I know still got quite a bit of ways to go still. We're going to kind of fly along the coastline here, but we're going to go out over the water, see some coastline here and there, and then we should be at our still making our way to our destination there in Athens. Just have a quick look at our gauges. Looks like everything's still normal. We add a little bit more carburetor heat. Just to be on the safe side. Those carburetors warm. Alright. Alright. So as near as I could figure, everything's going good. Our gauges are all within the proper levels. Maybe we'll increase the RPMs a little bit more. Okay, take care, Jody. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your time. think the RPMs, yeah, now it's closer to where green line. I think that's the where it should be for the RPMs. Oh, snowburner, nice. You know, it's amazing to think that this was considered fast, traveling very fast back in the day. Well, I do greatly appreciate everybody coming in. Thank you for the 8 thumbs up today. It's been a nice flight so far. Nice scenery along the way. Hmm, 9 thumbs up, thank you. Somebody else snuck one in. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you again to Turtle V1 for being my 100th follower over on Twitch. Greatly appreciate it. The channel grows here and there. It's all good. No rush to be famous or anything. I'd rather be infamous than famous. We'll be back tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern, 11:30 UTC, 12:30 UK time in the Embraer 110 P1. We're doing the regional freight flight from Vilnius to Malmo. Nice fun flight there. Start dropping a little bit of altitude here. Don't want to go too fast, but we want to just have a nice steady descent on this last portion of the flight, so that once we get to Athens, we should be able to be at a good enough altitude, find our runway, and go ahead and put it on the ground. So let's have a look here where we are. Should be coming over a bit of land right there in front of us, it looks like. Nearest airports. Oh, not yet. Interesting. trying to get an idea of roughly where we are. So we are getting closer. Well, we've been getting closer. You're now within the we're on the last quarter of the flight, roughly. We'll be on the ground pretty soon. I know for some folks probably not soon enough. It's been a nice flight though. Probably could 1750. We can probably go ahead and dial in EME for our airport. $134 nautical miles. That's what we got left. Was that our waypoint that we were working towards is a TACAN, so that's a tactical or for military aircraft to tune into. It doesn't send out a signal for, if it was a VOR TAC, we would have been able to pick up the signal, but that was not the case. We are making our way. At least we can tune into the VOR DME there at Athens Airport, so we know roughly how much we have left to go. 132 nautical miles. So as we're descending, we should cover a little bit more distance because we're going a little bit faster. We don't want to descend too quickly either. We don't want to burn off too much altitude, but just a small bit here and there should be sufficient. On the chat here real quick. It's on 180. bit of the heat off here. As we're descending, the air will be a little bit warmer. We want to burn the carbs. We want to burn carbs, but we don't want to burn our carburetors. Burning carbs is a good thing. Seven. That's should kind of come over some land masses here pretty soon. Looks like we will. Snack a little bit here. Be right back. Just a moment. All right. No, let's have another look here. Now let's have a look at our airport list here and see. Okay, yep, there's that. So getting closer to this airport. We're going to pass near there, so we're getting there. That's a good sign. Okay. That should. So we're nearly there. All right. We're getting there slowly but surely, folks. since we're still on our way, I'm going to take one more quick break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. At least I know the plane didn't blow up while I was away. Just checking my the landing parameters, if there's anything I need to be doing in preparation, any adjustments I need to make. Should be another nice day here today. I might go for a walk a little bit later. Get a little exercise in. Just keep checking our almost to this point. Should be able to see coming up, or the island off to the left. That little area off to the left. I think it's coming up still a little bit. The left wingtip there. That should be an island. There should be an airport there. It should be much closer to OGS. Okay, let's take a look. Yep, much closer. All right. Try to confirm our I think this little VFR map is zoomed in a little bit, so we're maybe zoomed out or something. Like it's not exactly, we're not where we are, you know, like on the VFR map. We haven't gotten to certain points yet, but we're getting there. Because that intersecting line, I think, is closer to where it should be, like up there or something. So I'm thinking maybe the VFR map's even a little bit off, but we're heading the right direction. That's what counts. And from there we have somebody talking outside my doorway. We've been working on the front of the apartment complex this morning to get all the weeds out and trim the sidewalk and all that. Clean it up a little bit. Now what I could do in theory, now we know where our VOR DME is, it's 93 nautical miles away. We could, in theory, maybe cut across. Well, it's not too, it wouldn't be too much of a cut across, really. I don't think it'd be worth doing. Say if I was going to say if we turned a little bit more to the south, we may save a little bit of time. You know what we may do also for Scenic Sunday, now I'm thinking about it, we may do another one of them little bush flights. I really enjoyed that other one, the one we did this earlier, or did yesterday. We may try to come up with another one just for fun. Yeah, I think that VFR map is not correct. Right. We should be right near LGSK. Should be in that little island. Yep. That'll be the closest airport here. Should be like right out. Land out there. Yeah, it's on the other side of that. Get off the left wingtip. Somewhere over there is our. On the other side of that hill or low mountain or whatever. Should be that airport. That is not a destination. At least now I know exactly where we are. I think I was wrong. Maybe this is to scale. Or it is correct. Okay, yeah. I was wrong. I was misreading the chart on SkyVector incorrectly. Alright, hold on a second. Prince, you need to calm down. I am trying to navigate, okay? Yes, I went to Barcelona to London. I remember you, okay? Calm down in my chat, please. I'm trying to fly right now. I'm trying to make sure I'm heading in the right direction and everything, okay? Please. You need to calm down. And I've done... No, yeah, Nick's right. I already have, my flights are already scheduled. So, I'm doing a flight from Algiers to Paris. I can't. I'll just take care of it that way. I can't. Here I am trying to make sure I know where I'm at and everything, and that's what I have to. No, I'm not dealing with that. I just don't have patience. Sorry, but. I did a flight from Barcelona to London for Addis, and that was like sometime back in April. I remember that. That was the two flights. We did from I think Toulouse to no, it was the one I did I did the flight for you afterwards. We were up in Alaska, Nick. From Homer to it was like a little airport there. It was a good flight. I really enjoyed that one. I remember we did Addie's flight first. It was Barcelona to London Gatwick, I think. No, I'm not doing any more viewer requested flights for the time being. Trying to aviate and navigate while somebody else is trying to communicate. I can't even try to answer their questions. They're just anxious to. And then thank you for trying to deal with them, Nick. Appreciate it. I think that's just the only way to deal with it from here on out is just, Yeah, I really like that flight, Nick. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that one. It was a neat little airport to fly into. We had to find it and we got it on the ground. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that one. Make sure everything's still within parameters there. Probably pull this back just a little bit more. Don't want to get the carburetors too hot. As we're descending now into the little bit warmer air. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I think the main issue is they don't, kind of like, when I'm in your chat because of the mod, people don't want to hear from me, or they don't think that I'm giving them the correct answer. They want to hear it from you or Pulse, for instance. That's who they want to hear it from. They don't want to hear it from a mod because they're like, oh, who's this person? What are they telling me? I want to hear from the streamer themselves. So I think that's part of the problem. Again, I think it's one of those things that they just want to feel that they're being acknowledged, somebody who's on YouTube or Twitch. That's all. That's what they really are seeking. And if they can't get it, it's like they get worse. So I want people to come in and enjoy, but if you can't calm down and wait for me to look at the chat, then I don't know what to do for you. We're going to kind of cut the corner here a little bit, I think. There's no need to go right to our waypoint that's coming up here soon. We're just going to kind of make our way towards the airport itself. We got 68 nautical miles. A little bit closer to the line. Otherwise, we're going to overshoot. We're going to go way too far past our destination there. it's not much of a major change to get to our airport once we were at our waypoint that we were heading to SK or KRN. So where's that? No, I'm sorry, it's SPA is our. Oh. Just kind of keep making our way there. Yeah, it's like the people who come into your chat while you're in F1 or in GT7 or something, you know. It's like, well, he's busy. Yeah, but I'm asking a question. Yeah, but he's busy. I'm answering the question. The streamer is busy right now, streaming and doing something. Anyway, it is what it is. It's funny, Mick. Any minute now, I'm expecting Addies to come into the chat and go like, "What happened here? What's going on?" He's probably watching Jody over on SnowRunner. Well, and you know, for those of you who haven't heard, because of situations like what just happened a moment ago, that's why I wrote down like a little script on a card here to try to cover all those things so that. But, you know, when you're trying to keep an eye on the chat and also keep an eye on what's happening here as we're flying, sometimes it's easier said than done. Not everybody wants to hear, they want to hear the answer that they prefer. It's, I think, is the bigger problem at hand here. We can skirt around these mountains a little bit. It's a low area here. Get to these little clouds here. Should be flying right now. Oh, we should have gone over or something around the, some way around the clouds to maintain our visual on these on this low area right here. Chance running into something. I think he was the same. Was it him that came in a couple Sundays ago when we were flying around Athens and he was like, "Can you land already? This is boring." I think that's the same person. We were having a nice relaxing flight over Athens. It tells me it was the same person. I don't, maybe not. Alright, I'm going to make one more quick run for a break, and I will be right back. All right. 53 nautical miles to our destination. This did go a little bit longer than expected, but yeah, it's been a good flight overall, I think. See how far. See if our destination is up on the map or on the still pretty far from us. So I think Wednesday we'll still try the Junkers 52 again just to see I feel fairly confident we're going to make it all the way to Athens without any issues. So, yeah, I think in the meantime, we'll use this to fly from on Wednesday. We're going from Athens to Heraklion. Yeah. So that should be the longest part of the flight is 90 nautical miles. So we will try that in the hopes that in the interim we get some kind of an update eventually for the Fokker F-7B to correct the flight modeling. I know that might be wishful thinking on my part, but hopefully it's something they're working on to try to improve the simulated engine management and everything, so that, because if we keep all that on and we go at 100-something knots an hour, it's going to be. But I'm going to also off stream. I'm going to keep testing it to see if I can't find some kind of a reasonable solution. If I can come up with one that we can take off and we maintain a good cruise altitude, and it's not going to be something that is going to cause the engine to seize up or whatever, then I think we'll give it another shot. But I'm going to keep testing off stream just to see if we can't figure it out. Do the homework. Doing the homework so you don't have to. That's what I do try to do that. I try to figure out, like, if something's not working, or is it something I'm doing that's contributing to something not working correctly? I like to find that out, and then I can make an adjustment. It's like, okay, that's what I need to do. I'll keep working at it and see if I can. But I think part of it too is one of the reasons I think today we're so successful is that we did the run up and everything. We we let the aircraft do its. We went through the procedures, right? And got, so that everything was working correctly before we took off. And I think that might be part of the secret as well. So I think there is a run-up on the F-7B, so I think that's where I need to start, is a cold and dark setting startup, and then let everything kind of go through its process, and then see if we can't get that may be the key. Why is Mick getting the well done? What did Mick do? Mr. Addies, what do you like today? What did Mick do? I mean, unless there's something that I don't know about, then if that's the case, then well done, Mick, but I don't know what it was. Mr. Atkins is popping and randomly giving out credit for something or saying well done. Oh, Joseph. I don't know about you sometimes. It's like last night you about jinxed Mick on his. He had still a few, like 3 or 4 laps to go, and you're like, "Congratulations on your first place." Wait a minute, that might be a little bit preemptive. It's not over yet. I know you're very enthusiastic, Joseph. It's all good. I think he buggered off. Addis drops in, says something, asks a question, and then disappears. You just never know. .38 nautical miles. So we are. Let's see if we are within shouting distance of our. There it is. Ta-da. Won't see our pattern entry there. See if that gets his attention. Alright, well this has gone on pretty well. I don't think we've flown quite, as long as 3 hours and 40 minutes. We did start, we had the whole startup thing and the run up and all that. That did take some time to do, so what did Mick do, Joseph? You gave Mick, like, well done, Mick. I was like, wait, what did Mick do? See, that got your attention now, didn't it? See? Say Addie's name, and suddenly put his name in the chat, and suddenly it just appears out of nowhere. So we're going to try. I know normally I once we're in, I know where the runway is and all that kind of stuff. But we're going to try that right, what do they call it, the right base? Yeah, right base. we're going to try to fly that and get our altitude and speeds reduced and all that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the landing lights. So everybody knows we're coming in. I know I hear a prop plane flying over me right now. I don't know what it is, but that C-130 is doing touch and go landings there at the airport up the road. It's not a super busy airport, so they could probably go there and practice. Touch and go landings somewhere. I wonder if that's like a, if they were flying through the area, that might be a alternate destination or something, or if they have to land there due to an emergency, that at least they're familiar with the airport. Well, thank you all once again for coming in and hanging out today. Hopefully you've enjoyed today's flight. There's that, so we need to be, we're kind of on course. So we turn a little bit back to the left. Oh. Oh, man. My posture for these flights is not very good, I can tell. Oh boy, my back is... Oh. Enjoy the scenery for a moment. I'm just going to drink a little bit of water before we get ready to land. Alright, we got to turn. Sound stuttering a little bit. All right, we're almost there, folks. It's been a long one. You know, there's some of these legs are going to be about this long. It's going to be longer because airport over there. Hold on a second. I might be way off. So right there. Alright, I can see where we gotta go. Alright, once we get past this here, we should see the airport. Go ahead and drop some flaps, start slowing down a little bit more. Start dropping some more altitude here. Yep, there it is, right there. Okay. I figure we were fairly close to it. Go ahead and turn that off because we know where we are. Go ahead and get rid of that. All right, folks, it's near that time. So I'm going to turn the laptop to the side. I will catch up with the messages once we are on the ground, safe and sound. Don't take it personally. Please and thank you. Just need to focus on what we're getting ready to do because I have to fly this in manually. It's not so easy to do with just the standard Xbox controller. Oh boy. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of cut the corner here. To keep trying to adjust this to maintain a decent amount of airspeed. Oh, yeah. I remember. Oh, that was when we flew over Lisbon. I know somebody was in the chat. Like, we were flying, doing a scenic flight. Somebody came in and talked. It might have been Lisbon. No, it was Gibraltar. That's what it was, Gibraltar. I remember we flew around the... We'd flown around somewhere and then turned back and then came back around the... I know we flew around Athens as well. We took off and we went looking for... There's a couple POIs in the area we went hunting for. We came back around here and landed on... Came back around the water and landed on... Well, I'm not going to say we've made it until we're on the ground and slowed down enough to call in for a parking spot. Well, there we are. We made it. On behalf of myself and the entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Athens, Greece. Guessing local time would be 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon, 2:30. We understand and appreciate the fact that you have many options when it comes to your Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream viewing pleasures. And we are glad that you chose to fly with us today. We'll be back tomorrow in the Embraer 110 P1 freight version. Do join us for that. 7:30 Eastern, 11:30 UTC, 12:30 UK. Thank you, Joseph. You sure you don't want to give Mick credit for that one? Yeah, this was much better than the Fokker, but like I said before, I'm gonna keep trying it to see if I can't figure out what the secret recipe is. To getting it to fly better. Wow, we're gonna have a little bit of a tour of. Oh, we're going to the fuel site. Okay. All right, so as soon as we park over there by the fuel, we'll wrap this up. I do appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. Yeah, that worked out very well, I think. It was awesome. We will be flying this. We're going to be flying it for a few more flights, I think, just to make sure that we aren't, or, you know, while I keep working on the Fokker F7B and hopefully get it to fly better. Well, since Addies won't say it. Well done, Mick. He might be lurking. He might have might be taking care of some things right now. Open up the window. Guessing that's for the navigator to climb up and maybe check the, do the, what's it called, the celestial navigation. So you can get a clearer line of sight. Ooh, 9 thumbs up, wow. Feel getting all warm and fuzzy here, all these thumbs up and stuff. No, it's strange because it usually starts on like 1 or 2 and then it like dies out for a while and then all of a sudden it picks up for a little bit. Just never know. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed this. If you're watching it on the replay later on, thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoy the flight. We'll be back in the Universe 52 on Wednesday, going from Athens to Heraklion. Should be a quick little flight. Shouldn't take too long to do. Be much quicker than I think this one went today. But it's going to, because we're going to have the at least the engine stress on. We're going to do the whole run-up procedure. We're going to do everything to try to hopefully make sure that everything is set to go correctly. It goes through its checks correctly. And then that should, and that again, I think that's what I'm going to do later on today is try that in the Fokker F7, because that may be one of the reasons why we may have taken off. We didn't let the plane do its thing properly. We'll do the whole warm up and all that kind of stuff. Make sure everything is working correctly. Yeah, we kept the carburetor temps in the right zone, so I think that helped. We kind of sipped gas for most of the way. That helped. Although it seemed like the plane was heavier, trying to get it trimmed out was a bit of a chore. But as we burnt more fuel, it seemed like it kind of settled down. So I think I could have done with like 65 or so percent fuel. We would have made it here very little issues. So maybe even 70%, just to be on the safe side. It's a nice airport, that's for sure. A lot of space. I don't know if they're going to be expanding or something, maybe. Or maybe that was the plan. In the pandemic, they had to put all those plans on hold. Yeah, we'll fly this again Wednesday, I think. I'm gonna, maybe once I have some lunch and kind of decompress from this flight. Maybe watch some Brooklyn Nine-Nine for a little bit, just to, you know, give it a go and see how well we do. Try a couple quick little, at least some takeoffs and climb outs, just to see how the plane reacts. Yeah. Oh well. Try to pull up just a little bit more. Come on, plane. That's a difficult part. It takes forever for the RPMs to build up to get the plane moving. Alright, I think that'll do. Taxi light. Alright folks, let's shut this thing down. And let's click our batteries. Right. 1, 2. 3 hours and 32 minutes of flying. Wow, there we are. Well, that will do it for today, folks. I do greatly appreciate everybody coming in today, hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully it was a nice, relaxing flight. We had some really nice scenery, I think. So I will see you all tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern, 11:30 UTC, 12:30 UK, in the Embraer 110 P1, the freight version. We're going from Vilnius to Malmo. So do enjoy the rest of your Monday morning, afternoon, evening, early Tuesday morning, depending on where you are in the world. Until then, peace, live long and prosper.